Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the stream. I'm Axel Grenade, and we are back once more for some more BetRivers Poker. Managed to have a decently profitable session last stream and three streams ago. So we've been making some money recently. Let's get into the action here. It should be a big Sunday grind. The stream is not over. I clicked the wrong button because I bumped my mouse into my keyboard. Better to do that now than in a big poker spot and misclick call or fold or something like that. So, good luck tonight, Saturday. Hey, Stormy Future. Oh, punctual as always. Thank you so much for the good luck wishes. We'll call here with Queen 10 on the 10 turn when our opponent bets. And we're going to bet 1 on the river when the deuce comes in. 5-6 gets there. Ace 5 gets there. I don't think they jam. And we get some thin value. I would guess from like, I'm going to guess like from like 10-9. 8-3 instead. So 8 is a 3-3, a pair of threes with an 8 kicker. I have drastically overestimated the starting hands of my opponent, as you do. But nevertheless, we get paid. We'll try limping here with the 6-4-0. Flop the open ender. We will check. We don't want to be blown off this hand, but we will check to check raise. And now we're gonna hammer it here. We're hoping to get there or bluff our way to victory on the river. Trying to bluff our way to victory it is. We're gonna jam here on the Queen River. Snapped by the nuts. Sometimes they have what you're trying to rep, okay? Sometimes they have what you're trying to rep, and that's just the way the cookie crumbles. Makes sense the way they played it, but still thought we could, still thought we needed to follow through on the bluff. Pocket 10s we will stack off here versus the 11 big blind jam. We flip with 10s versus ace king. So far so good. Still good. And good on the river for the knockout and the stack. 14 of 39 in the $10 mini Sunday starter. I just entered the $10. I didn't jump into the $100 late here. Limp here with the 4 high. Our opponent checks. Have ourselves a bet with the gut shot. They just let it go. Cool, cool. We did get back into the Sunday Smash PKO, by the way. We'll be on bullet 2 in that one. Raise here with the queens. And of course, not folding here, 9% VPIP, but it's a very small sample size. We do flip with ace king though. Big flip in the satellite. And we win that one as well. Off to a good start on our flips here tonight. Let's keep that going. It's probably not going to keep going forever, but a boy can dream. Two of 13, 3 tickets available here in this $10 main event satellite. Join the $10 mini main. Got 10-9 of clubs here. So we're at the turn with the 10 high. We can push out a lot of better hands here. Don't think we can anymore. Don't think we have that much success anymore on the Jack River. When we overbet and they call, they're going to have a Jack sometimes. They're going to have ace high sometimes. I think they would value bet like this with an ace high, so I'm going to say they probably have a Jack or 7. And we just, you know, again, ran into what we wanted to sort of rep in that one. Crazy with king, queen of diamonds. Followed by the shorty. Classic nuts scenario. Me when I'm planning Casey Musgrave's performance. Anybody? Had to search my brain for that name for a second. Queen on the river. We get a double knockout. Jam here. Blind versus blind. A6 runs into ace queen. What do we say about running into the nuts? Might as well be. All right, heart. Another one. Another one would be cool. Be very cool. All right, we're doing great in flips. Not so much when we're dominated by a better ace. You know what? Let's not rebuy that. Let's just say 2 bullets is enough there, and move the mini main into that slot, and we'll count that $40 as just gone. Heading here, they call. Interesting. Put some pressure on here on the turn. Really hard to call with the 5 or an 8 here. They call with a king. That makes sense. That makes sense. That one tracks. Okay. We tried to bully. It's a good place to bully. If they have a 5 or an 8 or a flush draw, they're definitely folding. But they had a king. Even king deuce, you know, certainly doesn't love being put in that spot. They hesitated slightly, but I mean, a good call, obviously. I don't think they should be folding. All right. Small 3-bet here with multiple people involved means that this player has like probably aces, honestly. Like, if we're being honest, this is like aces or kings. So we were just trying to get one over on them, and now we will be folding faster than you can say boo. Wish I could pretend hard. I'm in for you. Out of position, we'll just check fold the ace 3 or ace 8 of hearts here. Ace 3 we would not have check folded. Jack's looking to knock out the ace 9 in the satellite. They've got the better spade, but the aces pair, and ace 9 gets the double, or gets the square. The Casey Musgraves reference, if you're not aware, was Casey Musgraves performed on like a disco version of what looked like truck nuts at a concert recently, and it was all over Twitter today that I saw, or yesterday or today maybe. Literally just looks like a hanging scrotum that is quite glittery. That's why I made the joke on a classic nuts scenario. Oops, my bad. That's my scenario. All in here with ace queen suited. Convenience store. Raise here with king jack. Oh, big blind snaps. Button limper folds. Not the way we expected this really to go. We'll still see bet here on queen 6-5. Another snap. Okay, so you're clearly just like not going anywhere. You either have a pair or like an ace high that you're just never going to let go of. And we are now check giving up. Fair enough. You wanted more life than you could give. I had a wonderful weekend with my family. Hope you all did as well. Good times, good times. Yesterday we went and sold, speaking of classic nuts scenario, sold popcorn and nuts outside of a Lowe's, a local Lowe's, to raise money for Eden's Cub Scout troop, which went great. Eden has come out of her shell in terms of like confidence. She didn't really like approaching people at first, but her friend Jason does it really, really well. And so they were like approaching people like in unison as two like 7-year-olds saying like, would you like to support Cub Scouts by buying popcorn or nuts? And I think the cuteness factor was just through the roof, and they did so well. They sold a lot. They moved a lot of merch and did a really great job. I think the unison outreach was very effective. And then after that, we went to like a family get together, little cookout type gathering in the evening in York. On the way there, I picked up a new lawnmower as well. I got a new push mower to hopefully repair my front lawn, which I discussed previously on stream. It's just gotten a little out of control. It's cool to dance, but what about a groove that soothes and moves romance? Sorry, I went Will Smith there for a second. That's summertime, I think. But yeah, picked up a new lawnmower that uses the same batteries, I believe, as my current blower and like hedge trimmer, weed trimmer, like weed whacker, or weed eater. There's so many different terms for it. Weed whacker, weed eater, weed trimmer. But like a hedge trimmer and a weed trimmer and a blower that all use the same batteries. King 6, we jam, BVB. So that's convenient. And then the lady even sold me an extra 2 batteries, so I've got like 7 of those batteries, I think, and charging room for 6 or something. Or maybe charging room for only 4, but still. So lawn repair happening this week. And then today, we went to watch one of Eden's friends do a little cheerleading performance. And then they had a play date with some other. She had a play date with some other friends who were really cool. I did a rowing workout. It's been a great weekend. Your niche references continue to astound us. I'm sorry, you guys got to get. You need to get more online so my jokes will land. Okay, I need you to be hopelessly, terminally online like me, like yesterday. Like this needs to happen. Raising here with pocket queens. Big blind defense. Club is all spades. We have the queen of spades. Not too nervous about my hand too much. Jagging and winning most likely over the 4s, yeah. I don't think we get too great of value out of 4s really if we bet. But I mean, honestly, Google the picture because it's funny. It's ridiculous. I mean, it's so ridiculous that like I think they knew what they were doing. You know what I mean? I don't think this is like she's a country singer. The thing she's on looks like truck nuts. It literally, it's like impossible for it to be a coincidence. I don't know why the commands aren't working. Give me a second. We'll try that again in a second. There we go. I think my Twitch. I just updated StreamerBot, and I think my Twitch login like didn't come back through, and so I just logged in quick, and it should be good now. Selling popcorn is like Rockstar selling wreaths. Sad face. Yeah, wreaths is a bit tougher, isn't it? It's just not like people are excited to get popcorn. People like might be like, I need a wreath, but nobody's like, you gotta get this wreath. You know, people will be like, you gotta try this popcorn, or you gotta get some of this. It's delicious. Yeah, no. Food wins for sure. I agree with that. All right, let's get into the $100 main. Oh, why is there a halo? What the fuck? Is AG feeling angelic today? Like, seriously, what is that? What is this from? What image is this? I don't know what is doing that. Where the fuck is it coming from? Okay, well, I gotta play these aces. I am feeling angelic today. I don't know what, I seriously don't know where that, what source is doing that. All right, I gotta play these though. We're just gonna call and hopefully this player comes along as well. No, aces versus a6 and queen 6. Easy game. All right, what is doing this? I'm literally toggling on and off everything to try to see. Oh, I drew on the screen. It's my draw tool. I drew on the screen, so I have to go to the draw tool. Docs, draw. Where's draw? There it is. And then I have to freaking clear it. I accidentally drew on the screen. There we go. That's what it is. That took a while for me to figure out. All right, we're back. Maybe the halo was giving me the wins though. Let's put a pin in that. And not rule out some sort of divine intervention on my flips here in the early part of the stream. Maybe I need to curry favor with the man upstairs. Although I mean I am an atheist, so like I don't know if drawing a halo on a Twitch stream will do it, but you know, I'll try whatever. I wouldn't count on it. Yeah, no. Just you can't judge a book by its Twitch stream overlay cover, you know. I know we can read a map of things. All right, let's get in this $20 high roller satellite. I like firing at these. Just to see if we could have a chance to get into the big spot. So 5 tabling at the moment. Feeling good though. I did a rowing workout today. It was a pretty intense one. Got some zone 4 and even zone 5 heart rate stuff going. I think we got a call here, even though it's a satellite, and even though I really don't like it. 6-4 is 35% against the Jack 10, but more than that now, and then less than that on the turn. And they got us on the river. Takes us down to 3-7. AG finally got my subtle hint. Yeah, you always bury the lead a bit. You also have an knack for, like, you freaking gave me that troubleshooting assignment basically when I had aces. Thankfully, it was a pretty easy to play spot. Not like we got, like, you know, some nasty post flop spot with the aces or whatever. But if you had said it like a little earlier, I could see myself freaking timing out the aces is the real issue. This is crazy because we had ace queen suited here. I ended up folding, but we folded the best hand, unfortunately. And would have taken it down. I don't know. That's a tough one. Like in the satellite, I just don't want to be busting here. Obviously, in hindsight, we would love to be in that pot and have a massive stack here and almost a guaranteed ticket. King queen here. I call. Okay, nice value bet. I had to look at last stream and wonder if it's been there for a while. That would be pretty funny if it had just been like multiple streams with a yellow circle over my head. Thankfully, I don't think I got any early here, but thankfully it wasn't actually over the camera, so I don't think it would have like corrupted any clips if I got any early in the stream, but I don't think we really got anything huge. I mean, we won some flips, but nothing crazy happened early here anyway. So 4 of 6 here now. Was in the bridge, puts in the YOLO. 9s versus King Queen. They're flipping. Set of 9s on the flop. And a huge double for Luis here. This isn't 3 of 6. It's not the worst thing for us for like these two stacks to coalesce necessarily. But it really depends on if we can win some pots here. Right now we're not going to win this one. Tonight. I don't want to lose your love. This one's a little bit suspect for sure. Oh god, the big blind already saying good luck. Are you for real? Are you for fucking real? Okay. Jesus Christ. Put the fear of God into me. Like, are they just like giving away? They have like a calling hand already here. You have to call. I fold, I think. Got a call here. 3s. We flop a set. We're gonna make them put it in. We gotta make them put it in. It's so funny. Oh, okay, they can't burn me. I thought they were gonna burn me somehow with that. They needed a 10 jack, not queen queen. It's not good enough. We just fold to this guy, which is crazy, but like we need to get through top 3 to get a ticket, and there's oh wow, there's freaking aces too. Third and third. Aces win that one, and now we're just trying to outlast Emir here. And we're in the spot where we kind of just fold everything. This player, this big stack is literally just sitting out, but still like chatting. Like I don't understand. Like they just have decided to sit out. Like it's one thing to fold every hand, and like, but then at least there's still the like implication that you could play. It's another thing to like actually sit out. It's weird. Like is this like a weird mind game where they're gonna sit back in last second if they actually have a hand or whatever? Like it doesn't seem that way, which is like I don't know, it's such a weird dynamic when they actually hit the sitting out button. So strange. Great for the short stack when they're like if they're getting like if we ever both fold like the last hand and they get a walk, it's absurd. There you go, big guy. They're still chatting up a storm though, despite hitting the sit out button. Like I get it that you can sit out to win a ticket, but like it doesn't seem should. Strategy perspective. Oh, they're back. They sat back in. Are they just gonna sit back in when they have a strong hand? So confused. Hi, GG. Hi, BRB. Boom. Bink. Gonna finish it for us? Nope. Oh, man. Just watching the small stack climb and my stack shrink because they have this extremely favorable situation for them. So annoying. Like if they fold, they have the easiest jam because they can put so much pressure on me. Like, stop it, man! Oh my gosh, they actually folded to us. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, yeah. Run for your children, all your sisters, all brothers. In your love, carry it with you if you want. Fold, I think. Oh, you're taking route A of dying of the nit as the nit? Yeah, definitely could be. Definitely could be. Fold. Yep, now they've overtaken us. Cool. Just such a thick spot. All right, this is all in for sure. Ace queen gets through. Nice. Raise here with ace king offsuit. Short stack here with queen six. We're folding. Jack six. Similarly, we'll let it go. Mohammed jams, gets it through. Big blind for us. We've got 10-7 of diamonds. Fold. You're gonna jam this one, aren't you? Yep. Can't do it. Can they do it? This one, neither. No one I used to run and talk to when me and my girl was having problems. Big blind queen jack. Hurts, but I think we do let it go still. Ace 4 we jam if we're folded 2 for sure. Hope that Muhammad just wakes up with the fucking nuts. It's getting dire, folks. I don't know. Maybe we go with the Queen Jack. Maybe I should have jammed one blind versus blind because we threatened Muhammad more earlier. I don't really know, though. Just would love for this to be like the nastiest cooler you've ever seen in your fucking life. Just jam and snap. Just would love it. Just jam and snap. Oh, so good. Not gonna happen, unfortunately. All right, under the gun here. Queen 6 is a no-go. Just gonna bleed to 0, huh? Nope. We're gonna take our own jam. That's not the Jack 9. All right, fine. I mean, I don't know. Now they get the collude against us, though, which sucks. Just a horrible play across the board, I think, from us. I don't know. Like, I don't know where the big mistake was, though. Let's see a 10 on the river to get us back in it. Ah, GG. Somebody's got to have a pair, right? Yeah, king, queen. Fuck me. I just don't know where the miss was. I think there was one maybe blind versus blind where we just had the jam because we could pressure, but I just was hoping we would actually get a hand that made sense to fucking jam, like as a solid poker hand. Really kind of struggled there. Hopefully we can do better in this $20 satellite, but that was pretty miserable. We've turned a set here. Popped a pair here with a pair with 6-3. We bet here and we took it down. Yeah, I don't know. I think I got to bone up on satellites a little bit. I think maybe we should have been there were hands to jam in there that we neglected to jam. I think it was the blind versus blind spots. One or two of those could have made a difference, but obviously having a little bit better cards could have made a fucking difference too. Pretty bad card distribution at the end. I'm way too wet on cheeks to be nothing. What does she know? You should shove, yeah, the blind versus blind. That's what I was talking about. The Jack 2-0 they call in there in fourth. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the blind versus blind is what I'm saying. I missed the Jack 2-0. There might have been one more too. Yeah, just more thinking about the consequence of me busting and not, obviously they can't call anything either. There should be a probably 100% shove, maybe even, or at least close to it. We just threaten them so much. A little rusty on the satellite chops, especially some of those spots. A little too nitty in the late stages. Out of practice. GG fuck saddies. Yeah. I like saddies though, but yeah, that was more like fuck my nit tendencies than fuck the saddies. I think should have been in there, like SMF said. It's all right, you know. It's all a learning journey. We flow sometimes. Sometimes there's a little bit of regression before progression. You know, sometimes in poker, I find, at least for me, I got to learn a lesson in that painful way, like bubbling that satellite, and then next time I look at that spot differently, and I say, no, we still threaten this big blind. We got to go all in here with almost anything, just because like of how much of a threat we are to them, and hopefully it serves to sort of like crystallize that opportunity, that hand situation, and we spot it in the future. Now it doesn't always work. Sometimes it takes a few of those experiences for it to work, but I think when it's something painful like bubbling a satellite like that, like it actually serves a purpose. Not to say that like I shouldn't have, like it's more valuable than playing it correctly, obviously, like I should have played it correctly, but if we're gonna play it incorrectly when it's painful, you know, I think we end up learning our lesson more quickly. At least that's my hope, and I think like vocalizing it on the stream sort of helps like drive the point home as well. Like SMF said it in chat, I said it out loud. We've talked about the spot, and now hopefully I like sort of like it's like the firefighter rehearses the drill and then can be automatic when they have to break down the door. They know exactly what to do. You know, that's what we hope. Be right back. Yeah, you're absolutely right. All about playing your position in stack and not really what you have so much at all. Yeah, the hard part is figuring out if people are calling light in the small sample size without, especially without being able to like tag people over time in on BetRivers. That makes it pretty tough. I think it's really tough. Like sometimes you don't know until they make the call that, oh, this guy's doesn't give a shit about satellite ICM. Jam and they stack off with like ace four, like chip lead versus second chip lead pot or something. I wouldn't always raise this with the big blind is sitting out, so it's going to push us over the cusp to raise under the gun here with ace nine. Small blind calls. We got ace nine versus the small here on 5-4-3. We're gonna raise because we have all the overpairs here, and we would want to protect those overpairs. We make a straight on the turn. They would maybe block our bet with a six, so we're gonna check, but we're not folding river. Like spade doesn't matter too much. I think we can even raise for value. Yeah. Raising for value, trying to get called by sets or two pairs there. I mean, if they jam, I think we get to think about it a little bit, but we probably would fold. I don't think people find the exploit jam there too much. The hard part is we don't have too many sixes, so I think a really good thinking player might actually find the jam that puts us really in a bad way, because we like exclusively have the ace. They have the sixes, and I mean, we both can have spades, but they might have more suited hands just flatting in the, yeah, they probably have more spades. This guy like overbet shipped all of the chips and then said like OMG, OMG in the chat. I'm not gonna like, guess that they were actually misclicking and not just like being running a game, running an angle. Yeah, it says misclick sunglasses face. I don't necessarily buy it, nor do I care. We're not stacking off that many chips with tens and eights on 10-8-10 with ace 8. Bet here, blind versus blind with the queen 10. Maybe check call river. Yeah, I think we call. Yeah. Queen 10 is nice to have there because we block the queen jack, which is one of the hands they would have. They would play that way. Weighting them more towards having the 8-9, which is the busted straight draw. Queens here in the mini Sunday starter. We raise, small blind defends. Flop is king, king 10. Call flop. Not loving the turn card, but we're gonna call again. When they bet one, we'll call again even, and Jack 10 just trying to, I don't know what they're doing on the river, why they're still betting, but we appreciate your donation. You think you're getting value from Jack 10? Think I'm folding anything that is anything there? Yeah, I'm here with sevens, get it through. Ace king here, we're gonna raise. Use fold. Ace is ace 3 here. Weird one here. Big blind versus like button and hijack. Squeeze with the jacks. 313 and a $10. We'll call, but I don't love it. 7, sorry. I love it. 6-5-6-9. Queen on the river is safe. We win the pot. We wait until tonight. It feels right. Should we wait until tonight? A river to flush, folks. Nice. A player had ace-7. Oh, wow, disappear. Like before you went away. You fold, we jam. They fold. We jam. Ace-5 runs into queens in big blind. Not very fun. That's a very fun ace on the turn, however. We get the knock, and we get the knockout there. Father of mine. King 4 suited we raise here. And you don't see me. Okay, fair enough. You win, Larry. All yours, Larry. Happy to give it to you, Larry. Seem like you need it. Seem a little bit frazzled. I'm looking happy and healthy, you know? I help out our lessers. Raise here with ace queen suited. Started ISOing the limps a little more aggressively. We do get flatted by the small blind, and this player calls as well, as we've got the ace queen of clubs here. Jack 9-7, not our favorite flop. They're going to check to us because we did raise so very large pre-flop. So we're going to just check back here. And a 9 of diamonds on the turn. Just a 3.5x pot jam in the $100 main event. I mean, maybe that's correct on some turn cards. I haven't boned up on that as much as I should, but it's just with the OMG, like oh, I expect someone to snap call there. You know, your OMG misclick once again. Sure. Well played. The child of my own. Hopefully we can get one over, and this player seems to play tons of cards and just sort of want to get sacks in post. All I gotta do is get the right sort of setup hand to make it happen. Ooh, 10s potentially cracking the queens here. They do. Raising reject 10 of clubs. This is a bit of a dicey one, but facing this quite small raise, we are still going to call here. Well, less dicey now. Even on the suited board here, we don't want the board to pair. We don't want a diamond to come. We don't want like really a 10 or a jack to come. But I do still think we just call here to not portray the strength of our hand. That's a 10 and a diamond, which is really rough. Still expect them to bet ace king. Still expect them to bet aces with a diamond. Things like that. Oof. Check calling here. They don't bet though. Jacks versus kings. We run into kings with the jacks here in the $20 satellite, which is pretty miserable. We 3-bet jam. The jacks snap. Ace king with 2 big blinds. Okay, well, I mean, we got an easy decision at least. Doesn't look like the $20 satellite is likely to go any better than the $10 version though. We snap here, flop goes 3 ways. It's 9-5-3 rainbow. It's going to favor the big blind some, I would think. And they do jam. They do have top pair. We got aces and kings as our outs. Not the hearts anymore, though. And we're out of there. How many tickets available in that one? Only 2 tickets. Yeah, we're not going to re-enter again. Down here we turn a flush. Keep it simple and just call here with the made flush already. Now we hope they have 7-5 and got there on the river with the no. That's not a thing. We're not going to allow that to happen. We raise big, they fold. And we'll open here with the pocket jacks. We'll look for other tournaments to get into here. What else we got? We got the mini Sunday high roller. We'll jump into that. Pocket jacks down here, we open. There defends. We still bet here with the jacks on queen, queen, 7. The question is if we get called by worse, what worse is it? I think we're better off. I think I'm still going to try to call the chips here. But I think we're better off check calling river. Their busted hearts might jam and things like that. And obviously if they have a queen, you know, they're going to double through us. But yeah, Oh, no, no, no. I thought we had them. They rivered the boat. Oh, that's gross. Oh, that's gross. Brutal scenes in the $100 main event. I am shook to my core as we bet flop and turn with the jacks and then check call river, and our opponent rivered nines full on a 7 queen queen 3 9 run out. Unfortunate, but I don't know that we can play it any other way, really. That's a tough one. That's just a tough one. Maybe some opponents, maybe people are only betting value there in the river. Maybe they don't come after us when we bet check, but I think some people will, and I think we want to check call in that spot. Just a very unfortunate holding that we find in our opponent's hands. Good luck tonight. May you have better luck tonight than John McClane needing a pair of shoes in a room full of broken glass. Hey, I love a good action, a good year-round action movie reference, my friend. Thank you. I wish I had read that prior to the jacks versus nines hand. Maybe it could have prevented it from happening, but I'll take the good luck wishes from here on out. Just made a royal, always nice. That is always nice. Did you get paid? Getting paid on a royal is tough. You just have so much of it, but it does happen. I've had some royals where I've gotten huge stacks with them. That's always fun. Not counting, of course, like if you get the money in pre, like that's, I don't really count that as like getting paid on the royal, you know. But post flop is tough. Like, yeah, I'm good at Little League. Preconceived what it all meant. Let's call here. Check to check call, of course. Don't think we raise the middling kings like this. I think we'd be more likely to want to protect like a king deuce, something like that. This one, I mean, maybe we could, but I think I like a check call. Now I think I do like protection with the 8 kicker. There's enough lower kings and things like that for our opponent, and flush draws. And then by the river, I think we check all the river. Just to see if they would just come after us with their probably not with their jacks, but with their busted flush draws and stuff. Yeah, the 9 sneaking in. I literally thought you could probably do the like Ralph Wiggum stop the video when his heart breaks for that hand, because I literally thought I won when they flipped over the 9s, because I wasn't even thinking that they could have like rivered a boat against us. Yeah, I literally thought I won the hand for a moment, and I was like, oh no, that's bad. Jacks find a way. Good. That's good paraphrasing. I like it. Who's got the Dr. Dad jacked him? I know I've seen some of you had it. I think Stormy Future has the jacked him. Probably doesn't like using it against the streamer, but I think I've seen them use it before. Although they didn't jack me, I guess they nined me is really what it comes down to. I was just thinking because we were talking about jacks, but I did not get paid, but was still happy. Yeah. That's the more common occurrence, of course. But still, it's awesome to make a royal. I agree. Not trying to take that away from you. Let's raise here with the ace, queen, and the mini Sunday high roller. We guys show the limper who calls. Flop is king 8-6. I think it's tough for us to like really get a lot of folds in a flop like king 8-6 interacts with a bunch of their range. When they check twice, I'm a little bit optimistic. Now the 10 is bad as well because they're gonna have ace 10, they're gonna have jack 10, queen 10. Pocket fours makes me really wish I had bet the whole way through, but I don't know. Seems like a tough run out for us to pursue after. Sure where the bet. Maybe we just bet. Maybe we just keep it simple and see bet flop when we ISO on a king high board, but it feels like king 8-6 when a player is like limp calling, they're just gonna have a ton of like middling cards that are gonna like interact with the 8 and the 6. It is rainbow. Maybe we should still go after it. I definitely don't feel like betting. I definitely don't feel like we start betting on the turn and then on the river. I don't really see the point of betting with ace high when we have like some showdown value and we haven't bet the whole way through. If they have anything, they're going to call. Even the fours might call. So if we missed any bet, I think it would be on flop just to see if we could take it down right there. I think a player that limp calls fours probably calls one on the flop and then we just lose more. Would be my guess. On that run out, we probably would just bet once and shut down anyway. But we shouldn't be thinking about the run up. We should be thinking about whether we need to be betting flop in a vacuum, I think. She's into new sensations, new kicks and candlelight. Forever. I got a $1 ticket that like at some point will expire, so we're gonna play a $1 satellite. I probably won't like focus up on it too much, but I will put it on the screen here. Been on the bubble forever here in the $10 mini Sunday starter. We're 17 of 22. Shortest stack has 6,500. Oh, actually, never mind. We just broke the bubble. We just broke it. Pocket sevens here. We open from the button. Both small and big blind call, and the flop is king 6-3. We'll see bet here with the pocket sevens. Small blind snap calls. Snap call typically is going to indicate to me that they have some kind of draw, so we are going to bet again here to extract money from those draws, club draws and things like that. I don't anticipate them having a 4 very often, and I anticipate us winning a lot when they check river and we do check back and win. Lips are devil red and her skin's the color of mocha. She will wear you. So we accrue some chips back, not as many as we'd like, but still more than we had in the $100 main. And go dancing in the rain. Jack 9 of spades will raise. Skin's the color of mocha. Living la vida vida loca. Living la vida. Get it all the way through in the main. Gotta la vida loca. Gotta la vida. And our deuces. Flop is queen 8-10. Just gonna be check folding the pocket twos. Not in the way that can. But I've been getting back into working out. I designed sort of like a reset, basically, which I've almost completed, where I got back into my workout, but took it easy on the rowing, took it easy on the lifting, doing like 2 sets instead of the 3 that I used to do. Just making sure I had the weights right and everything, and almost complete on the reset. I think tomorrow is my last planned day of the like exercise regimen reset, and then we'll be back at hopefully back to sets of, or 3 sets of each exercise when lifting, and going a little bit harder on the rowing machine. So this guy AG getting his thin value, we love to see it. The 7s that we're talking about? I don't remember what hand we're talking about. We love ourselves some thin value, don't we? Don't we, folks? Trophies are built upon thin value. For sure, for sure. Anybody can win the big pots. Flips. Coolers, right? Thin values where the separates the great players from the good ones. And I won't say that I'm the greatest at it, but I've been working at it. It's hard though, man. I mean, like I literally was telling my wife today, like I said, I'm trying literally right now to work out 5 times a week. I stream 4 times a week plus, right? More during series. I work 5 days a week. I have my daughter. She has lots of activities. I have my wife, and we're, you know, trying to be attentive to each other and love each other and care for each other. I have housework. I own a house. You know what I mean? I'm not renting. I do housework. All this stuff, right? And I was like, how? And then I like just made the joke today. I was like, I'm trying to do all these workouts, just so you know, this is my lifting day or whatever. I was telling my wife so what she can expect or whatever, and how it's going, because I'd like to talk to her, and we talk about everything. And I was like, oh, and I'm never gonna study poker ever. I'm like joking, but like it's for real, because like where would I fit it? So like I still do try to get better at the game. I try to, you know, in the very little free time that I have, I try to absorb poker, you know, educational poker content and consume the stuff that I already have and that kind of stuff. But like, just I talk about it ad nauseum. I know you guys are probably sick of hearing it, but it's this really like sort of like it's this pulling at both ends of my psyche. Hang on, we're all in here in the $10 mini starter with Ace Queen versus Ace 8, big pot. We win that one, nice. But I don't know, you guys are probably sick of hearing it, but I just, you know, it's this really, it's sort of like my personality is split in two, because I want to be good at poker, right? Like, but I don't want it enough to sacrifice. I mean, I obviously can't sacrifice my full-time job, right? I obviously don't want to sacrifice the actual sponsorship that I have with BetRivers, which has been amazing and is like one of my favorite things ever, being like a sponsored ambassador for a poker site and all those things. This is interesting, man. Nines, yeah. I don't think we can bluff out the nines, but we had outs versus the nines. We're ahead of some hands when we have the Jack 10 there. I don't know. We had kings. No, not kings. We just had Jacks and 10s on the river, but congrats on getting back in shape. Thank you. But yeah, I mean, like, I want to get good at poker, but I can't sacrifice my job. I can't sacrifice. I already sacrifice enough time with my family to do what I do, streaming and ambassador wise, and now with working out, that's like another. Even though it's healthy, it's a time sacrifice for my family. So like, every hour is filled with either working out or working my daytime job or spending time with my family or doing other or streaming and doing other ambassador activities. Like, there's literally just there is no room for cream in the coffee cup of my life. There is no room. And so, like, it is what it is. I get better incrementally, and then I get a lot worse. I have bad habits that I have never flushed out of my game. Fully recognize it. It's very funny. The position that I'm in is sometimes very funny because I fully recognize that, like, there's a big swath of like regs in PA poker who think that I'm like a joke, right? They're like, I think like and maybe this is just perception, but I've gotten this impression from like people who have just offhand comments in Discord and Twitter and whatever, right? And like, I'm not trying to say that if I put in like a ton of effort in studying that I'd be better than them, but you don't know because I have never tried. Like, I have literally never like really knuckled down and studied at poker because I can't. I really can't. So like, I just kind of want to be like, it's mostly like water off a duck's back, but sometimes it gets to me a little bit. But like, I just like, it's just like, you can't measure me against you. It doesn't work that way. We're pursuing completely different things. I'm trying to be the best ambassador I can be. I'm trying to be the best dad and poker player and rounded individual that I can be. You're trying to be the best grinder you can be. And that's it, potentially, like some of these guys. So like, yeah, of course they're going to win. They're fully focused on a thing. I'm split in 6 different directions. Now, of course, like, I also recognize some of these guys might just be smarter than me. You know what I mean? I'm not too proud to admit that. Some people are too proud to admit that. I'm not too proud to admit that there are people out there that are just smarter than me. And like, maybe I could outstudy them if I had the time, but like, I don't have the time. And so if they're smarter than me and they study, yeah, I have no shot. Anyway, that's just me going on a tangent because that's a conversation that I had with my wife earlier today, and just something that I think about all the time and sort of occupies my. It's hard for me. I'm a competitive person, right? And most of us are in poker, right? And it's hard for me because I don't have a lot of peers. There's me and Dr. Dad right now and other people in other countries and things like that. But I don't have a lot of peers when it comes to like what I do. What I do is pretty unique. I'm an ambassador. I'm a media person. I've narrated poker videos. I have this like weird balance, like poker player, but not degenerate, persona, which is super unique in its own way in the industry and all that stuff, right? But I do end up measuring myself against other poker players, of course, right? Because like, I want to have success in this competitive game that I play, and I constantly have to like sort of like pull myself out of like spiraling depression that I'm not as good as some people, and remind myself that like, you're not even trying, and that's okay. You've made the decision not to try, which you are happy with. But then you can't be upset when like the results are you're not as good as those players. Like, that's inevitable, basically. Now, thankfully for me, honestly, I don't think I'm a total fish, but like, I benefit from the same thing that fish do, where like variance helps me. Like, sometimes I just run pure, and even though I'm not as good as some of those players, sometimes I still have like great success. And I have a solid foundation in my game. You know what I mean? I'm not a whale. I'm a nit, if anything, but even that I've worked on, and I've closed some gaps in that area. But Yeah, I mean, personally, I mean, honestly, when it comes to poker, I'm very thankful for variance myself. Some pros, especially the ones who think they're god at the game or whatever, are probably not thankful for variance, right? And they think I work harder than these people. It's bullshit that I'm losing to them or whatever, right? I know I don't work as hard as the top people. I just hope the poker gods pick me when I'm up against them, you know? And I can hang. I can hang. It's just there are gaps for sure. But we're playing different games. And that's what I sort of constantly have to like get in my own head and remind myself that I'm playing a different game. And that's not to say that I always am crushing that game. Like because I'm pulled in so many different directions, sometimes I'm not the best ambassador because I'm more focused on being the best dad or best husband, or my daytime job has spiked and taken a ton of my attention and whatnot. But I work hard in everything that I do to the extent that I'm able. Just the way my priorities have played out, poker is always on the back burner. The actual game itself is always on the back burner. That's nice to hear numbers lie, but yeah, I do think there's people who are like toxic who would openly say that. I think most people are nice enough just to not say it if they do think it, but I do appreciate it. Yeah, I got to that conclusion as well. On the other side of the coin, yeah, I can't compare myself to the other grinders. I still do. It's just my nature. I want to win at everything, and the competitive streak I have in me, you know, it's which is what, like most of you, that's what brought me to poker, right? Is being so competitive and so driven to win at a competitive game. Like that's a really important aspect of like a drive to succeed in this game or any competitive game. It's really hard for me to let go of that. It's really, really hard for me to let go of that. I've gotten better over the years. It used to be almost like destructive to relationships where I'd be competitive at like board games and shit. You know what I mean? And I think that's a thing you just sort of grow out of with maturity. But this is a thing that I've like sort of chosen to compete in on a regular basis. And so of course I want to win. And so like when I don't win, I get upset and I compare myself to others, and I do have, unfortunately, I wish I could be a little bit more zen about it. I wish I could not have a like sort of jealous streak about it. I don't really get. I shouldn't say I don't ever, because I have in my heart, I will say, and I'm ashamed to admit it, I have anti-sweated people, who I consider nice to me or even friends, because I have this like petty jealousy streak at times. But I don't like talking about that because I think it's a very ugly part of who I am. And it's something that I'm constantly trying to like sort of fight against, and I would never outwardly do it. It's always just an internal like battle, and I'm always congratulating those people in public or in DMs and trying to change my own sort of heart on that subject. I wish that didn't have that, but it does manifest sometimes that way, and I hate it's one of the few things about myself that I still haven't like sort of stamped out in terms of things that I dislike about myself. I think I used to be super prideful and arrogant, and I stamped that out long ago, but I still have a little bit of just the pettiest competitive jealousy when I see someone else succeeding where I want to succeed, you know, which is gross. It's gross. I shouldn't feel that way. And I'm envious, honestly, and it's funny, it's ironic that is another way I'm jealous, but I'm envious of people who just purely love other people's success. Because I feel that rationally and objectively, but subjectively, I'm like, why can't this be me? You know? You know, when I come off of a session and I lost every flip, and I watch someone else just who can't lose on an FT and just has the easiest trip to a trophy that I've been fighting so hard to or whatever, and you know, I wanted to be known that this is not really, I don't know. I'm not proud of it. I'm not happy about it, and I think it's very ugly. And I'm still trying to get that out of me, I guess. Got a pair of kings here on king 6, queen 7. They bet 5 into 7 on the flop after raising pre. Hammer us again here. I still don't think we fold top pair here. Certainly an interesting run out. Let's see what they decide to do on the river. They do check back and they do lose, and that's a big pot in the mini Sunday high roller. They do finally give up. They had queen 10. We take it down. Yeah, anyway, I mean, I'm so ashamed of that I'm almost surprised that I even mentioned it here on stream, because it's not something I like talking about. Like, it's unbecoming and immature and gross. I want to be the person who celebrates another's success and has this like this jovial empathy that says like, I'm so happy for you, and really means it, and like I said, objectively, rationally, I feel that way, but and always after the fact I feel happy for them and I can like let it wash away. But it's a low emotional point when I'm watching them win, when I'm on a downswing or something, and it's gross. Bet river here with king 6 of diamonds. They fold. Oh my gosh, what? Raise flat, min click 3-bet. We're just gonna run into the aces right here. Let's find out, folks. What do we think? Is it ace? Oh my gosh, and then this? If I've never been so close to folding kings, but I'm not folding kings, guys. I'm not folding kings. Good luck, us. What is this? Of course, yeah. I mean, it's a freaking 4-bet, cold 4-bet. Of course, it's aces. I'm sorry, I'm not folding the kings. We're gonna get back in the $100, and we're gonna chalk that up to the giraffe ganger maxim, which is you put it all in with kings and you lose like men. Maybe I'm crazy, but I don't think it's unhealthy to be jealous of your friends and happy for them at the same time. Maybe. The thing that bothers me is I think that some people aren't built that way, I guess. I think that's the thing that bothers me, is like I wish I was built like the people. I see people, I think, who don't have that inclination. And I do. And maybe it's not unhealthy, or maybe it's not even uncommon or whatever, but I see that some people don't operate that way. And I wonder why I have to, you know, or why I can't. It's frustrating, I guess. I don't know. It's especially frustrating because I think, like I said, I think there are other and ugly aspects of my personality that I've effectively stamped out, and I can't seem to snuff this one out, you know? Like, I don't know, it's unique to poker for me, at least, too, because like I'm not jealous of my like friends like life success, really. Like that my like I have a friend who's an astrophysicist, or if I have friends who have like way more money than me, I might be like vaguely jealous, but it's not, it's potent in the game of poker for me. You know what I mean? It's like it's like a seething, or like a really really intense feeling. But I mean, I guess I'm not jealous of my like friends like corporate success because I don't really want corporate success. I'm not jealous of their money because I don't really feel like I need a lot of money. I do want poker trophies. I do want poker accolades. I do want respect in the game of poker, right? So that is something that I actually want. So that's the difference. We did buy back into the $100 main. Yeah, we'll just fold the ace 10. We have locked up 1757 here in the $10 mini Sunday starter. We're 14 of 15. Trying to get our way towards the top. There's 227 up top in this one today. Make up for our 2 bullets in the $100 main. Down here we've got Jack 8. We flopped top pair. Such a small bet. We will call it. Let's bet the turn 5. Check call the river, I think. I mean, fours get there, ace deuce gets there. Made king queen. I'm gonna go for anything there. All right. Speaking of king queen, we'll raise up here in the mini Sunday high roller under the gun with the king and the queen. And we'll jam here with king queen over 2 limpers. Yeah, I think I like jamming even more when there's 2 limpers here than just otherwise. Third calls for less. This player limp calls covering us with jack 8. We got king queen versus jack 8 and pocket 8s. This is where you deliver me my king and then we hold. No, not the case. This is where we re-enter is the answer. At here on the river and they fold. Must run with the wrong crowd. I know no astrophysicists. I mean, I know one. I went to school with a my favorite story, I've told this story before on stream, but my favorite story about my astrophysicist friend is he was at the grocery store and he works for NASA in Huntsville, Alabama, and he was at the grocery store and he was trying to use like the debit like pin, like the machine where you swipe or tap or put in your pin. And then the girl, he was like having a little trouble or whatever, and the girl at the cashier was like, "Oh, you just do this. It's not rocket science." He was like, "Well, if it was rocket science, I could figure it out." And then he had his NASA badge. He's like, rocket scientist. It's like the most casual flex of all time. If it was rocket science, I'd be all right here. This is a little, for me, this is a little trickier. But anyway, I'm not trying to like make this like a therapy session for me. I'll figure it out. And I will never say, I will never, anti-sweat or not support someone publicly, or, hopefully won't fail to reach out to people in DM to congratulate them on their big wins and stuff when I see them. But it's just something I'm internally working on all the time, is being a little bit less of a petty bitch, basically. So that's my internal monologue about it, at least. Why are you such a dick? Why are you such a petty little bitch? Just wish them good things and be happy for them. Why can't you just be happy for them? All right, that's going to be a ladder for us. 13 players remaining, $20 locked up in the $10 mini Sunday starter. 9-8 offsuit. We'll try to limp in if it folds to us in the small. That's about all we'll do here, I think. Not calling that. Yes. Okay. Like I did that day. Take me all the way. Trying to find a spin up to get to the final table here, but the cards aren't cooperating so far in the $10 mini Sunday starter. We've been pretty card dead, as you see from the 12-8 here. Sleepy Keith. I tried and quickly learned it was not my bag. Yeah. Once you start getting into like fucking, I feel like not. I mean, maybe this I guess would probably be necessary, but I feel like the one that I always heard that separated people in college, especially, was organic chemistry. Was the one that like the very serious science majors had to take. I always heard organic chem was like, at least in two different schools, because I transferred schools. In both schools that I went to, organic chemistry was like the stuff of nightmares. Never taken it myself, obviously. I didn't get that far in the science track. I was in like computer science for a while, and then I graduated with a degree in elementary education, which is why I'm so good at chatting with you guys. But yeah, I never got as far as organic chemistry. I took I was in regular chemistry. I took some calc as far as math, some AP calculus, and then calculus in college. That's as far as I got in the math. Never super far in the advanced sciences. Yeah, once you start getting into stuff like, particle physics and wave motion and fluid dynamics and shit like that, it's a complex world. Literally, like the world and the universe are complex. We'll fold a 3-bet here in the mini main. Holding the king 6 here, looking for a yammable. This is not it though. Bleeding to nothing. All right, we're off to the break though. We'll be right back. Good chat, guys. See you in a bit. All right, folks, we're back. And we're all in. 5 big blinds. King 8. Blind versus blind. We ship. They snap fold. Sitting out, in fact. Well, this is an easy one. We will be all in with the ace king. All in here with tens. Ace king gets through. Tens all in here. Boots with the fur. The whole club was looking at her. She hit the blow next thing you know. Shorty got low, 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 low. She turned around and gave that big booty a slam. Low. Holding over here, the 9-6-0. Back to the tens where we're all in. Folds around all the way to the big blind here. Makes the call with pocket fives. Good chance for us to double in the $1 satellite. 6 is no good for them. They can only win with a 5. We do get that double. Low, 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 low. And the Reebok with the strap. Turn around and give that big booty a slap. Oh. You know, should have got low, 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 low. Raising here in the $100 main with ace 3 of club or ace 3 of diamonds. I can read suits. Player jams for only 1 big or less than 1 big blind more. We're obviously going to call this if this player doesn't do anything. We're going to get in here. Ace 3 versus sevens, but we had the pot odds to meet this 33%. We'd like a king or a 9 or an ace. King will do. Counterfeited the sevens and we got him. Now we are the ones with the sevens. We're gonna 3-bet here. Three betting to 3-bet fold versus this player who's a little tighter, for sure. But they're the ones who fold. Get a walk here with the ace 4 of spades in the $10 mini mate. kind of in the middle of the pack here. Facing the composition of players that we're facing, we are going to jam here with Jack 10, but we certainly don't love this Jack 10-0 jam here. But for 6 big blinds, I think it makes sense. Similarly, jamming here with ace 10. The Jack 10 gets through here. Jack 10 all in here for 10 effective. Now, being pushed one position back, we're going to fold the Jack 10-0 here. Ace 10 gets through there. There, jams here. Please don't tell me you're going to fold, Penny. Penny, please. Penny. Penny, come on. Gotta call 1.17 to win 4.42. Penny! Come on, Penny. What are we doing here? Place your head on my beating heart. Penny, after seeing that, you think I'm gonna call a pre-flop raise from you? Not a chance in hell. No shot. Let's raise here with King 10, 2 broadways in the $100 main. Raise folding to any serious pushback from our opponents. It's just not a hand we can stack off with. King Deuce will jam here. Get that one through. Back to our King 10 here. We raise and take in the $100 main. Queen 3 here in a limped pot. Flop is Jack 8-3. Jam river with 2 pair. They fold. Then versus Ace King in the main. Ace King gets the knockout. One night and one more time. Thanks. Down to 12 in the $10 mini Sunday starter. We're going to fold the Ace 6 under the gun. Limped pot here. Cut off limped. Certainly not folding the ace-5 suited just yet here. And we got some showdown here. Nice. Read the 9-6 suited. Thanks. Can't be making the call here with the 7-5-0, unfortunately. Player threatens to pass us here, and will pass us after this hand if we don't win it. But I don't think we're going to be jamming this one. So they're just cleaning up with Ace King. Knocks another one out with Ace King here in the $100 main. So at least temporarily, that's going to put us back in 12-12 here. We folded the blind versus blind spot. Just going to jam here. Pocket nines. Over here we see eights versus kings. Eights are eliminated. Jamming pocket nines over the limp here with in the $10 mini main. Limp fold. Ace jack suited. We're jamming here, getting called for less, and then called by a player who covers us as well. Doesn't seem amazing in the $1 satellite, but it is a $1 satellite after all. It could be anything here. Could be looking at anything here, honestly. Four-way pot, we could be looking at a triple up if we get a 10. Let's get an offsuit 10 on the turn here. Just make it on the turn to make me feel better. All in here with king 10 of spades. That one gets through. Back here where we're just I think praying for a 10 on the river at this point. Maybe an ace. No, just a 10 would be the answer, and it's not a 10. Ace jack versus 8 9 7s, whatever they had. I mean, I feel like it was a pretty good spot for us overall, but couldn't make it happen. Queen 10 offsuit here. They raise. I'm just gonna let it go. I think it's better to keep our chips when we're this short. We do realize our equity by calling, so maybe it should be a call. I don't know. I can see both arguments, to be quite honest. I can see like keeping our chips for the double up that we could get, or I can see and to be like more threatening to the stacks when we jam and stuff like that. I also can see just calling because we like get to just shove when we pair on any boards we pair and stuff like that. We're gonna go all in on a lot of flops and realize our equity as such. Raising here, we're gonna fold to the 13 big blind jam, just a few too many, and versus under the gun. This is gonna tend to be kind of strong. Ten eight goes bye-bye. Let's flop a set, shall we? With the Ducks. Didn't happen for us. Water flowing underground. Fold the deuces. Not my beautiful wife. Flowing underground. Once in a lifetime. Flowing underground. Limp thought we get to actually see a flop with the 8-3 here. Ugh. Interesting. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it. This depth, should we just be shoving anytime we pair? Possibly, but I feel like when they bet big, they're just gonna have hit when they limp as well. Obviously, if you fold, we jam. Honestly, think this player is tight enough that if they raise, I think we jam either way. If they raise, I still think we jam, but we do run into a whole bunch of we do run into a whole bunch of better aces when we jam, but okay. This is clear now. Ace-3, we're all in. Called by King-5, we got 56%, we're ahead. Yikes. Out of there. Got a call here. King Queen flipping with 9s, big one in the 100. We cashed for 20 here. King Queen suited here. Need a king or a queen? That's going to be our 2 bullets. I don't think we're going to be re-entering the $100 main, folks. Sad as it is to say, I think we will lick our wounds. Just stick this in before we bleed anymore here. Sadly, we lose with the ace-3 to the king-5 in the mini Sunday starter. And that one is going to be wiped off. Probably soon to be followed by the wiping of the... probably soon to be followed by the wiping of the $100 main, if I had to guess. Good in the $50 Sunday special, though. Raise the first hand with the queen 10, and we'll take it down. I have a 10 kicker, guys. I'm feeling good. Let's put a king out there and 3-way chop. 10 or a 4 probably wins it for us. Maybe not anymore. And they could be betting ace high for sure, though. 10s and 4s could still be live. Imagine they're bluffing worse somehow. They're bluffing like 4-5 here. 5-6. That doesn't seem like a bluff. We play the board. They've got 3s full of kings or kings full of 3s, whichever you prefer. He's up here with 7s, and we get it through there. Yeah, we're just gonna call it quits in the $100 main for today. I think so anyway. Yeah, 17 bigs. I mean, from an EV perspective, we'd be starting with 10K. 24 places paid, 70 left. We should get back in there. It's just good. It's just good poker sense to get back in there. We're gonna get back in there. The nit risk averse part of me certainly doesn't like it, but we're gonna get back in the $100 main. Just makes sense. We raise here. There calls. We're gonna check this flop. We're gonna bet here and then bet non-club turns or non-club rivers. Squatters made a mural of a Mexican girl with 15 cans of spray paint and a chemical swirl. She's standing in the ashes at the end of the world for wins. In value raise, trying to get called by a 4 or a 3. They folded. That's so funny, dude. So we will call it 3 bullets in the $100 main. Just think it makes sense to get back in here. You'd get close to the truth. That's a pricey bet, my friend. Austin prop, not considering raising there at all on river after raising pre is like, yeah, we're gonna mark them as such, basically. Buried my ballast, I made my peace, living in the pond. Let's go up there, the lawn. Aces here in the mini Sunday high roller we raise. $18 big blinds, you say? Well, I don't think we raise back on 18 big blinds on this flares here. I think we just call because this puts them mostly all in anyway, and maybe they call as well. Not the case. Aces versus kings, could it be? Checking again. Aces versus ace king, and we got 100% on the turn. Nice. Heaps in the $20 mini Sunday high roller. In the classroom. Gonna jam here, I guess. This is really good, really dicey though, but we're gonna jam to try to protect our queen here. Against ace four diamonds, hold. Oh. Just kind of knew where we were at and just like cannot fucking hold, man. Oh, god damn, dude. I mean, obviously they had a lot of outs, but like, fuck me, man. Look it in with 960. 9 in the window. Player limped and his betting flop. Doesn't bode great. Yeah, he's jack limped. We need a 6 or a 9 on the river, please. God. All right, we will call it quits now, I think. 3 bullets. Nothing to show for it in the $100 main. We try to protect our queen. Top pair. Ace 4 diamonds calls. They've got aces, diamonds, and kings outs and hit the diamond on the river. Queen jack 10 4 or something like that. Queen jack 10, queen jack 10 deuce maybe. It's a double suited. Queen jack 10 6. I don't remember what the fourth card was. It doesn't really matter. It was diamonds and hearts. 2 diamonds and 2 hearts on the board. We had the queen deuce and a limped pot. Couldn't hang on. It hurts. That one stings a lot. Could have really used another run at that one. Jamming here with ace jack over the limp in the mini main. All in from fucking under the gun. Don't like this, but we're in. Oh god. Run into kings behind. We both have ace queen. After all that. Ace. Kings are gonna take us both out. We will last second re-enter with 10 big blinds, the $10 mini main. Great move with the queen deuce, annoying river. Yeah. Yeah, very annoying river. Expensive river. Fucking expensive river. All in here with ace king suited. If they call and bust us fast enough, we might have another chance to re-enter. Not gonna happen. Shaping up to be a pretty rough session overall, though. I don't plan to fire like too much more, and it's going to be hard to day save in what we're still in, having fired 3 bullets in the 100. We're in for 471, and as of right now, out for $20. So we're down 450 on our Sunday here. All in with ace 10. Now this one, we might not get it done fast enough to re-enter, unfortunately. We are still going to ship it. How's the poker treating you so far? I think I just got done saying, like I'm sleeping with its wife. Might be the apt expression right now. Ace 10 runs into ace jack behind. We're hovering over the potential re-enter button just in case it does show up, even though it has is not showing here anymore. Oh, never mind. We're gonna chop. Raising here with ace queen suited after the blind versus blind limp from our opponent Maya here. They tank for a bit and then they call. See bet here. My folds. You want to destroy my sweater. This thread as I walk away, I'll soon be naked, lying on the floor. To destroy your sweater. Pocket nines in the big blind in the mini main. I think we're all in here. I guess 2 lines and a flat. Pocket nines, we're all in. A ISO jam with Jack 9 suited for us to get a chance at a triple up. Hold. Hold. Just a beautiful little display from our opponent there, pushing out potentially an ace or a king or a 10. Anything we could have won against there, or anything we could have lost to there. Yeah, it says LOL, probably indicating just that is what happened. Pretty wild jam ISO from the Jack 9 suited, but obviously we love to see it. Let's check on the queen 3 deuce. I love this like content creator I follow just tweeted, content creation is like having 4 jobs and I suck at all of them. Dude, I've never related to something so hard. That's amazing. God, I gotta repost that. All right, we're just gonna overbet bluff here on the river when it's checked all the way down. There's a chance they hit an 8, like they just have a garbage 8 that just gets here on the river, but we gotta try to steal here when it's this passively played. Too many jack eyes, king eyes that beat us, and we can just get them to fold a bunch. Love me some Weezer, yes, absolutely. When I had a friend who went to Penn State and he had like a Nigerian roommate who was like very confused by that song. It was like, why would someone want to destroy a sweater and write a song about it? Said in a very thick Nigerian accent, which I won't try to imitate. Mostly because, like, honestly, not mostly for one reason, but partially because I kind of can't remember what the accent sounds like. But mostly for another reason. And I don't know what to do. I'll never be with you. Ace 7 here, we defend, flop pair and top kicker. Oh. Check. Planning to check raise river. Jack 9 suited with the play of the day. I know, right? Like my favorite person in the tournament right now. It's wild that 3 overcards came on the board. The Jack 9 suited forced out another player. Crazy for us. Such crazy value. He just calls, or even more correctly folds like he should, then we are like 100% eliminated there. I think it seemed like the other player was going to call our jam, just not the whole shebang. If only it paid like 4 jobs. Ain't that the goddamn truth? Hell yeah, brother. No, everybody be a content creator then. I don't need the smoke. I don't need the smoke. Nah, I could hang, I think. A lot of people don't realize how hard this shit fucking is. Now, that's not to say that there aren't parts that are really easy, really fun, really rewarding and interesting and all that kind of stuff, but being a content creator is not easy. I think it's misunderstood as being easy. There are parts of it that are way easier than a normal job, obviously, right? Like I don't answer to a boss, really. I do. I have a partner at BetRivers who I work with, but it's a much more collaborative, adult relationship where I get to have a lot of say in what I say and do, and they value my ideas, and it's way better than a corporate hierarchy for me as an individual. There are parts that are like super easy or way better and way more fun than a regular job, but they're also like it's a grind and it's hard and it's tricky to make good stuff and continually do it and churn out content. I think a lot of people, that's why you see so many people like make 3 YouTube videos and then they never make any more, or stream once and never stream again. They think like, oh, I should do this, and then they realize like it's difficult, and unless you're famous, the first 200 pieces of content you make, no one is going to see, and you have to just stick with it and hone your skills in spite of that. And like all that stuff is really tough. One thing that was really cool was during the pandemic when you saw so many people just have like sort of like you just had a default boost to your viewership because there was just so much viewership to go around. That was cool to see. Now, sadly, I think a ton of those people that even like had like great viewership during the pandemic like sort of didn't actually like cultivate the entertainment skill and stick with it past that. I'm sure there are exceptions to that rule, but like especially in poker, I mean, I don't see really anybody that like started during COVID who still goes live, to be quite honest. I mean, maybe did DK start? Did David K Poker start in that time? Maybe he might have. I don't know. But they're very few. Oh my gosh, we got a walk. We got Ace King in the mini Sunday High Roller. We got a walk. Criminal. Now we got this garbage. We thank you for not doing the accent. No, I would never for multiple reasons. But like I said, I don't even remember really. I kind of remember. My friend who lived with him used to impersonate his accent because we would do it like when he was present, and the Nigerian guy thought it was funny, and it was obviously not in any way meant to be like racist or denigrate him. Or he would do it in private to me to like describe something that his Nigerian roommate said or something like that. But it was in a context of very much just like sort of like thinking it was funny the way he phrased things, and the accent sort of added to that humor, and not at all meant to be like, this is how this inferior person talks or something, right? Like the guy was highly intelligent. He was in the civil engineering program with my friend, and I would never do that on stream. Just flattening the ace queen here. I don't think this is a good 3-bet from the small versus like an early position, basically under the gun player. We're gonna check on 953 rainbow. I wouldn't begrudge someone necessarily going for like a 3-bet with this, but it's kind of dicey. I feel like you almost would want to just like 3-bet rip it with ace queen, but that gets pretty airy. And board favors the big blind a ton. We're gonna check. Maybe hope it checks through and we get to see a deuce or get to see a queen. Could be an ideal card for us. Offsuit queen. I like wouldn't expect this player to bet much. Like when they bet here, it's like really weird to think like what they're saying they have. Like, would you check an overpair on the flop? Would you check? I guess you'd check ace king on the flop, and then would you bet that here now? It's like really weird. But with the player behind, I still don't want to call. But I really think my ace queen is probably like ahead of whatever bullshit they're trying to say they have right here. Like whatever they actually have, I mean, versus whatever they're trying to say they have. Can't imagine much checking flop. Maybe like a set of nines or something would be the high end of what they have would be the nuts, right? Would be like they have a set of nines, they have a set of fives. All right, big one here, and then $10 mini main because we got to stack off with queens versus the 19 big blind jam. Most of our chips going in, regardless, all of them if one of these players calls behind. Not the case. It's just going to be our queens versus king queen here. We got 69%. Nice. Can we hold? Fading Cowboys. We fade. We get the big double. 25 of 106 now. Wait, this is a poker stream? I was here for haircut tips. You got me self-conscious again. I'm overdue for a haircut. Ryan Gilbert. Want haircut tips? Get them sooner than I have. But I have a haircut appointment on Tuesday at lunchtime. Hope you're well, man. Welcome back to the stream. Haircut tips? I don't know. Find somebody who you really like, and I I don't know. I find I pay a little extra for a haircut because I like getting a nice one with a person that I enjoy their company. I'm not a huge talker, but I'll have a conversation when I'm having a haircut. And I have a hairdresser who does a great job. She's nice and she's cordial. And I actually followed her. I used to go to Holiday Hair and get my haircut by like they call them like the master stylists. She was like one of their senior stylists at a Holiday Hair, which is, a low end. It's a retail haircut place, so it's nothing fancy. But she did a great job, and I always enjoyed the way she cut my hair. And I went to like a couple of the other girls when I had to, when she wasn't around, and it just didn't look as good, didn't feel as good, didn't sit on my head as good. And so she went and she with one of the other girls, their two better stylists went and they've opened up their own like salon in this like My Salon Suite place. It's a place that like rents out like little rooms for all sorts of like beauticians and stuff. And so I've followed her there and continue to support her because she cuts my hair really, really well. So I don't know. I mean, a lot of guys, especially, I think, like, don't really place value in that. But I like to look good. I'm a little bit vain in that way. I put a lot of stock into. I consider my fashion and my footwear and my hair more than most. And if you want to say that makes me less of a man, I don't really give a shit. My wife enjoys the way that I look, and she is really the only person whose opinion I super care about when it comes to how I look. And then secondary is myself. A lot of times Casey doesn't care, and I choose something that I like the way it looks. I have an interesting question for you. What changes have you seen as far as poker content creation from doing COVID until now as I'm chatting with you? I mean, the biggest thing is just viewership is kind of, I wouldn't say in the toilet, but it's way suppressed compared to like the peak of COVID was insane. Everyone had so much extra time. People were either furloughed or working from home completely or out of a job and just had tons and tons of time. They could either just completely watch you because they didn't have a job or couldn't go to their job, or they were working from home and were desperate to have something sort of to like, entertain them and had the freedom to have something on like a second monitor that they never would have at a corporate job when they were allowed to work from home. So there just was a ton of viewership to go around. So it just was a lot easier, sort of like I said, to get started. There you saw a lot more variety. You saw a lot more kind of like huge boosts of challenges and prize pools and rewards and things like that, because the poker sites themselves had tons of people, and it was a massive influx of players and viewership and everything there. In terms of the content itself, I mean, I think there was a little bit of like I think it was, in a way, obviously it was a really tough time for a ton of people, but I think in a way it was almost like a little bit of a like coming together sort of solidarity time. There was a lot of sort of shared trauma, compassion kind of stuff of like, I don't know, like some people getting COVID and being careful and talking about, there was always something to talk about because there was always more news about the pandemic or things happening, places like shutting down or reopening, or new standards, new ways to keep yourself safe and all that stuff. So what other ways has content changed since the pandemic? I mean, yeah, less viewership, prize pools are smaller, so there's less like big spots. I think like yeah, it was a really fun time for poker because the games were soft, massive influx of players, the viewership was there, poker content was just booming. There were way more creators, like just tons more ambassadors. First of all, like a ton of operators have sort of like cut down on ambassadors since then, and just a ton of like amateur streamers, because like I said, anyone could just fire up a stream and have a bunch of viewers if they were at all well known in the community, because like there were just tons of people watching tons of streams all the time. Like all the time. So I don't know. But the content itself, I don't think it changed super drastically. I mean, the game is always getting a little more serious. There might have been just a little bit more splashiness back then, a little bit more craziness and stuff like that. you'd see, like, because of the wide variety of people, you'd see a lot of different kind of content, like as far as like random like challenges and games, you know, where you like spin a wheel and do something crazy in the game or whatever. You know, I did more of that back then because there was just more viewership to play with. So like if I did a challenge or something like that and it didn't go well or had less viewership, I'd still at least have some people, you know, like I don't know. I still think about doing some of that stuff now, but yeah, and you just had more time to plan that stuff because you just weren't you were at home. You could divvy up your time. I think we got a call here. It's only 10. Yeah. Ace Queen versus Ace Queen once again. And we chop it up. Raise it up here. Got a haircut subscription location you go to? That's strange. I mean, it's only strange because I've never done it though, but that's interesting. Too bad taking the mini higher roller. That's interesting. I mean, if my hairdresser offered me a haircut subscription, I mean, I continually go to her. If she said, if you know, prepay annually for this year's haircuts, I'll give you some money off. I'd be like, hell yeah, let's do it. You know what I mean? Like, I'll come to you for 7 haircuts this year. Let's lock it in. I get it. That makes sense to me as a model and as a human and as a regular guy. I'm just kidding. As a business model, I mean. Mm-hmm. 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 Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Mm. When I'm with you, all I get is wild thoughts. I think Ace Queen is going to win that Ace Queen versus Ace Queen. You never know, man. Anything can happen in this game. Bluff ISO here with the 8-4-0. Okay, they limp jam. And we'll fold and take the break. Be right back. All right, folks, we're back. Raise here with 10-8 suited in the mini main. Two players call. We flop an open ender, which is pretty nice. I actually think we probably c-bet here versus two players just because it'll buy us a free river card a bunch. We bet turn or we bet flop. Instead, this guy's going to lead out 4 into 7.6. Which if it was less, I would call, but I think I'm just going to fold. That's again. It's the fold there. Raising here with Jack 10 offsuit in the mini Sunday high roller. The small blind makes the call, and we flop ace 9 deuce. We're gonna c-bet here. A c-bet will clear out a bunch of like king jack, king queen stuff, and a 10 turn. We're gonna check back to pot control here. An ace isn't gonna fold, and we just burn more chips, I think, and I think I like a pot control here. And then I'm going to queen river. I think we just would hope that a 9 would check here, a deuce would check. They're not going to really want to barrel into us unless they have something good. And I think jack 10 just becomes a fold here for that reason. I mean, a shrewd player here is going to like bet, like, you know, if they had like, I just don't think players often find the like bluffs turning like 6s, 7s into a bluff here. So we're just gonna fold. Like a good player will find them. I think a lot of players don't find them, and so like versus like unknown, I think we just let it go. I was watching your whole stream on Friday. I'm not playing like the biggest nit, and poker has become so much more enjoyable. I love this. I love this. Although I gotta tell you, if I'm the one teaching you not to be a nit, I think I still have a long way to go in not being a nit. So, but I'm happy to help a fellow. If this is the way you mean this, I think it is. If I'm happy to help a fellow struggling nit loosen up. Yeah, you gotta balance. You gotta mix it up. Playing more hands in poker is fun, isn't it? It's super fun to play more hands. And when you loosen up and don't play like the huge nit, you will find that in the meta flow especially, it's harder on, like, it doesn't happen as much long term in BetRivers Poker because you don't have those long histories against players. But in the meta flow of the game, when people see you show down the 3-bet bluffs or the loose aggressive bluff attempts, and you're gonna get paid on your value in a later hand against that same player, and that is where it's glorious. The best thing, I mean, is when like another nit at the table sees you show down a bluff that is actually correct, but in their mind it seems like insane, right? It seems like you just lost your damn mind, and then they feel like they have to call you with second pair in a spot that's way worse for them or something, right? Or a spot where you just happen to have it, even though in a different you might have a different holding and not have it sometimes because you're playing balanced. I'm gonna check here with the Queen 9 in position against Alvin, Simon, and Theodore. Fine, large sizing BVB in my opinion, so we just let it go. Queen 9's pretty far up there. Maybe we shouldn't let that one go, but it's exploitative. Here's a tweet that says, honestly, don't know how tourney grinders do it. I busted 4 off the money in the $600 run good main after playing for 9 hours. And this somehow feels worse than losing a 10K pot. Yeah, tournament poker is pretty sick nasty sometimes. It's true. Fold the 5-4-0. We are 3 off the money here in the mini main event. Just looking to scratch back some of our $450 that were down today. $50 Sunday special will raise the King Queen Hearts. They're all in for 11.5. We got a call here if it goes fold. And it does. We'll call it off. King Queen Hearts versus Pocket Kings. Not what we wanted to see. I will tell you that. Need a couple more hearts. There's one. Queen, not enough. Our top pair loses to their overpair. Pretty important pot in the $50 Sunday special because we still got chips to work with, though. We're all right. We're all right. Just got jammed into pre-flop by 4-4 with King and he caught running guards for a straight. It's a sad one, man. Sorry about that. That sucks. Been there. When you see the first card come, you're like, no. no. Been on the phone for a while. What have I missed? Busted another bullet in the main, $100 main. Dusted 3. Just chilling in these for the rest of the day. Nothing else major, I don't think. Called myself a petty bitch. I don't know if you were here for that. Raise here with King Jack of Spades. The huge stack min click 3-bets us on the almost the stone bubble here as we have a suited King Jack. We're gonna call. Gonna check on the Queen 10 deuce flop. And they're gonna bet like 7 big blinds here or just jam, right? Let it go, man. Just let it go. In the cage on the bubble. Raising ace queen offsuit here. Accidentally muted the stream on break. Man, AG's quiet today. Ugh. All right, I'm out. Go ahead, guys. Ace king and pocket tens. We snap fold the ace queen. Running cards is the worst. Yeah. If you hit a set, it's fine. Running a four liner, yeah, that's way worse in my opinion too. I do agree with that. Way more painful. The set just rips the band-aid off, right? Even if they hit it on the river, it's just like it's instant rather than the two cuts of the runner. Short stacks are from 15th to 40th, and it do be happening like that sometimes. It's here for the petty bitch talk. Unrelated, I hate that I always have to look at the avatars and try to determine if somebody is the regular bearded guy or the more manicured bearded avatar that is you. Yeah, I do wish I had a little more differentiation. When they showed us our avatars, we had like I had like a green V-neck on, and I was like thinking that my avatar would be colored, but of course it is just gray. I do wish I could change my own avatar's color when I'm streaming. But it's sort of like it's a very narcissistic feature to request, right? Because most people won't care about what their avatar like looks like to them. I only care because it's actually me. So I don't know. It feels weird to be like go to the BetRivers people and be like, hey, just so like I can feel cool, can you make it so I can change my t-shirt color? Love when AG plays emo songs from my younger years. I got a lot of them that aren't on this playlist even, but yeah, there's some good stuff on here too. Stone bubble here, we're getting raised from the small blind versus our big blind. Probably just folding flop when they follow through here. King nine's not loving this board. Do you have enough sway to get pink added as a table felt color? That might be exactly the kind of sway that I have. It's probably low enough bar that like, yeah. What do we want? Pink? Pink would be good. A more gold than like this orange, I think would be good as well. Like I would love to have a more gold. This is more of like a burnt sienna or like a orangish It's really like an orange, like an orangish, like slightly browned orange. I'd love to have a more gold, a pink. What else? What other like color? I feel like we're missing other like major colors. Going through my Roy G. Biv. Like I would love to have more gold, and that's kind of like yellow. So I'm not saying yellow. We have multiple greens, multiple blues. We have white, which for some reason, which is insane. Like I don't know who's flashbanging themselves constantly like this, but like it's the same people who use like light mode all the time on every app. I don't even remember what blue I have now. It's this blue that I use, yeah. But so the reason I'm asking is because I think they would want to keep. They would want, if they added, they would want to do a whole another row of 4. Alternatively, they could make it, I guess, rows of 3. They currently have 12. So they could add 3 more and have 5 rows of 3 or 3 rows of 5. 3 rows of 5 could work instead of 3 rows of 4. So, but we need, what I'm saying is we need to add at least 3, I think. Maybe ideally 4 options. So you could add like gold, pink, maybe like an actual red, like this is like maroon red, but then if you add an actual, the reason they didn't add an actual red is because it's going to conflict with this red. That's the reason the colors are what they are. Like you can't have green that matches this or a blue that fully matches this. This is close, but it's not that bad. They do have orange and like this darker orange. Now, what other colors would we add? Maybe like a darker purple would be cool. This is like a purple, but you could have a darker purple that's more of like a casino purple. This is like regular green and then like casino green. You got like orange, and then this is like a casino red, like a red felt. This is like a purple, but it's not like a purple felt purple. Like you don't see felt in this color. The felt is usually a darker purple in my opinion. Maybe that's just what this is, but that's more of a, I don't know, that's like a blurple. It's like a Discord color almost. I actually really like this color. Why do I never use this color? It's so pretty. Pocket threes, we'd love to play them, but we're going to fold them here to the 3-bet pot. Still on the bubble, by the way, down here. Just bleeding chips on the bubble because we played a couple of hands. Bubble boy, and I'm jamming king again. Yikes! Good luck. Good luck. Power limp redeeming the on-screen celebration. Hopefully that went through. I don't know if I have that coded actually. Did it show up? I wasn't looking at the screen. Does Nio use another on-screen celebration redeemed? I don't see it coming through. All right, he's redeeming a ton of them. Can I stop you right there? I don't think it does anything yet. But thank you for the bits. 400 bits. I see 3 redemptions at 40 bits each. That's 120 bits, my friend. Your math is a little bit flawed there. Unless I'm reading it wrong. How do you give bits? Should be a button next to the... It's a button next to the... underneath the stream somewhere, I believe. Oh, that's the gift. That's gift a sub. Bits is the button bottom left under the chat. And you just do... Yeah, I don't know how you just give bits. I have all my rewards there. I don't have any bits purchased, so I don't know how to just give them, but I think you click in the bottom left and then there's somewhere else you can click to like give the bits, or you can just do cheer 100 or something like that. If you just do, you can type eight ball 01. Why are you fucking talking to 8 ball in binary? Eight ball translates to nerds. Is that that's what it? When I pasted that, it said nerds. No, that can't be right. It's like 3 letters, isn't there, or something? Binary to text translator. Knit. It's knit. I should have known. A 3-letter word. I should have known. All right, we're gonna be all in here. We have made it ITM, so we'll change the felt here, and now we're all in with pocket sevens. Thank you for the 400 bits, Power Limp. Power Limp. Thank you so much for the 400 bit donation, dude. It's been so long since I had a bit donation. You're gonna be on that leaderboard forever. It's been so long since I had anybody do a an actual bit donation. What year is it? My God. Thank you for the 400 bits. That's some great support. Oh, you saw the emotes on your end? Okay, cool. I didn't realize that was like an built into Twitch thing. I thought it would show on OBS. It's not gonna, it doesn't show on my OBS stream, so I have to just basically trust Twitch that it went, because I don't look at my stream like on the actual stream. I just watch my like OBS preview. I technically have the stream preview open in case there's an error and I have to look at it, but I'm not constantly looking at that. It'd be too many me's, quite frankly. Like one for me to look at is too many already. I'm just kidding. We just covered this before. I'm a narcissist. I gaze at myself in the mirror probably more often than most people. We got it through with the sevens, I believe, and now we got King 7 here. So we locked up 1875, chipping away at that deficit that we have on the day, as mentioned. We'll just fold here though. close one, I think, versus population. It can go either way. We're gonna opt for the fold here. You can do the power-ups for free since you're the channel opener. Oh, so I can just see what it's like. On-screen celebration. What does that look like? Ah, okay, so it just comes in the bottom left corner. Got it. That tracks. Cool, thanks, Tom. Thanks for letting me know. So if I do need to like troubleshoot those, it's no problem. I can just activate it. All in here with ace 7-0. W Tom as always. Cashed in the mini main after I lost $2, but did cash and got most of your $20 back. Okay, nice. Try Gigantify or on-screen effect real quick. Gigantify and emote. Of course you chose that one. No! The emote one like made my freaking, oh my gosh, it made my freaking KVM freak out. My screen went black. Monitor might, or camera might freeze. This happens sometimes. I apologize if the camera's frozen. Sometimes the camera survives, sometimes it doesn't. The camera's good actually, surprisingly. Alright, so it turns out I can't use the emote effects because KVM Switch fucking hates it. I've rivered a pair of fives here after having the nut flush draw. That's not really the river we were like hoping to see. Ain't no way you checked all the way to the river and are gonna extract some value from me here with like what? 10-8, okay. They win. That makes sense. Small blind having a hand makes sense. Like a hand like that at least. Thomas Sai Shen won the PS Open High Roller. Great player. He's a great player. I know that name, so I know he's a great player because I don't know a lot of Euros. Man. Yeah, we're all in here. I don't like it, but I don't like bleeding out either, so we're gonna jam the king queen here. Knowing full well that we can just run into it, and they got easy calls behind sometimes. Nice thing about jamming king queen is we're gonna get some folds from like ace 8 and below potentially here, which would not be hands that we want to call us. So maybe an ace 9 and below, things like that. Alright, gonna fold there. We got ace queen here. Ace queen of hearts and the mini Sunday high roller we raise. Big blind defends, and we flop top pair. At large, they fold. Emote overload. It wasn't the emote, it was the cosmic message effect. It was when I put the message effect on the ban SMF message. That's the one that for some reason it's like rendering something video wise and it fucked with it. That is what I get for having fun. This is now a no fun zone. I'm gonna remove all the rewards tomorrow, so smoke them while you got them. Just kidding. The on-screen celebration thing is weird because like I don't want to. I want it to be cool, but I also don't want. I don't want to make it large enough that someone could like ruin a Twitch clip. The on-screen celebration, so like, kind of weird. Chat is fine. You guys can fuck around in chat. I don't give a shit. But all right, gotta fold the A7 30 blind open rip from the button. Don't think that's really a thing, but that is what happens. Let's go. Let's go. Kids are losing their minds. Big bop. All right, all in here in the mini main. We got ace queen offsuit. Shipping it in from the cutoff. Getting it through. It's great bop. Kids are losing their mind. It's great bop. Don't love jamming over a 3x, but we are going to be jamming over a 3x. Here with pocket tens in the mini Sunday high roller. They raise fold, so we love when they fold their 3x, and we just get an extra big blind versus a bunch of players, compared to a bunch of players. I've won my flips now up to 17th. Nice. We love to hear that for our friends of the stream. I'm feeling on-screen celebration doesn't work on clips. Maybe it doesn't show on a clip. That could be true. That would be smart design, which means it's probably not something that Twitch thought of. All right, gonna jam here with pocket nines, the mini main. GL us all in with 9-9. Getting that one all the way through around the whole table. Still hanging out here in the $10 mini main. SMF has been banned for making everyone regret having eyes. Thank you for coming through with a follow-up ban. I do appreciate it. Queen 4 will defend our big blind after they bet pre-flop. Above average holding, honestly, having a queen kicker here, but player bets large. Doesn't feel like a place where we should continue too strongly. Continue to speculatively, I guess is what I'm looking for. I like a jam here with queen jack suited, I think. Versus the limpers, we're all in. Wide limpers, we have equity if they do call us. They do call us, we're gonna be risking the $50 on a special. Wow, this guy's snap rejams as well. What the hell am I looking at here? They overlimped aces. God, you can't make this shit up, guys. Come on, queen jack suited. Crack them both. Give me a 10. Give me a 10 ball. Just ridiculous. Just ridiculous, man. They overlimped aces after a limper. Like they just love seeing a 5-way pot. They're just so lucky I'm sitting there with queen jack of clubs and have like this juicy jam spot versus the people who are overlimping garbage. Disgusting. Disgusting. We ship right into the ace. They got us right where they want us. I'm gonna be a salty petty bitch about it. 2 tables remain. And again, gonna be pretty hard to day save, especially like the $50 Sunday special was our best chance, even though it was still pretty early. Just because it was a larger buy-in, but still got a chance in these, but gotta run pretty good and play pretty good. I think I've been playing pretty good, but you may disagree, except for the satellite mistakes earlier today, but that's not really the biggest issue, I wouldn't think. Although, you know, if we win that satellite and we get into the, well, we would have spent 1 less bullet, I guess is all really. We would have satellited in for a bullet instead of spending it in the $100 main, because it was to the main, that was not the high roller satellite. Raising pocket tens here. Calling this tens versus sixes in the mini high roller. Moves us into 17 to 40, and we move to a new table with complete unknowns. Except for this player right here. Oh, and this one. Complete unknowns except for two players. Pretty standard stats on the two of them. King 3 times since the last break. Yeah, that's nice, man. You love when the poker gods are helping you out, for sure. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I'm fine. Wanna die? No. All right, folks, we're going to take the break here. We'll be right back. All right. We're back. All right, folks, we're back. Five four offsuit here. We're 36 to 39, but just bleeding a little bit and not really finding the hands here too much. As you see the 8-6 try to bust the king 7 here. We would have flopped 2 pair. 6 has the draw, but the king kicker just plays. Pair doubles. Another 5-4. Player limps off of 5 bigs. Would have flopped 2 pair, and the last one would have flopped the wheel here. I don't really put too much stock in that, obviously, but it is funny when it's 2 back-to-backs. Like, would have been really nice hands. Queen's about to knock out the ace or the 10-9. $15 of 35 with 24 players paid here. Come on, man. Help me out here. I mean, can you send me some of those cards from the card gods, 6-comb? Would that be cool? I'll be okay with you. King Jack and Ace 5 suited here. What a flop. What a turn for King Jack. Locks it up on the turn. Man. I don't know. It's really tough to know here whether this is just a jam because we have an ace and the blocker, and then we just like have no fold equity after this. We get some better aces to fold and stuff like that, which is great. Or if it's a fold just because there's so many players behind and we're thus dominated so often. Queen Jack suited is certainly interesting though. I think rather than rejam, we just defend and stack off on any favorable flop, which will be a pretty decent amount of them. Queen Jack here. Player jams 14 instead. I still think we call here. Live cards, we'll take it. 45% to win versus the ace 10. Gonna need a king on the river. Not gonna happen for us. $21. So then there was one. I think I'm probably just gonna finish this one off stream, guys. We're pretty far from, I mean, we're 9 off the money, far from ever finishing this mini Sunday high roller. And yeah, I just don't see I don't see just sticking through the one table here, and I don't think we're gonna register anything else. So I think I'm gonna end it right here. We're gonna fold this, and I'm gonna bid you adieu. Thanks so much for hanging out tonight. I wish it could have been a better session, but I think it was a good chat. We had some manifesting you some cards. Don't worry. It's still late. Unfortunately, we went with a Queen Jack suited. I want to see you at FT. Unfortunately, that is not gonna happen in the mini main at least, but maybe we'll get there in the mini Sunday high roller. But for now, good chat. Not as good at cards as we would have hoped, but I will be back again soon. I'm not sure when my next stream will be. It might be tomorrow night. Might be like Wednesday night. I gotta take a look at my schedule and see what I want to do. But we will be back soon. We will be grinding. We will be here on BetRivers Poker, and I hope to see you then. Good night, everybody. Peace. Later.